Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube. Let's get into it. Yeah, today should be an interesting day. We'll see what we got. 11.99 to 5. We're seeing a pullback right now. Let's check higher time frame. Below the water. Below the water. Everything's below the water. If you're gonna buy your call, your put now, you're gonna have to hold for a little bit. Let's see how we react to 10:02. I'm not feeling too well, so I might not talk too much. Before we start, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and affiliate companies are not liable for any loss inflicted in relation to its content. So make sure you trade light today if you decide to trade. You're gonna have to trade light or paper trade. Today's a good day to paper trade. All right, let's see if this magenta can get us to 709.41. We see this very large red candle in pre-market, or yeah, in pre-market.
Rage on that beat, gon' pray.
From this point here, we're not looking for any calls until we get above the 5 on our BRR. The only call scenario has to look like this. Nah, I'm okay. I just not feeling well today. Not feeling well. I'll be alright. So look, the only reasonable call scenario has to be above the 5. I think today may be a little hectic. Good day to paper trade. So we're looking for either this setup here, this one here, or this up here. As of right now, that's all we're looking for. Might have this wedge forming here. Don't know yet. Let's wait one more cycle. take green, be careful, okay? Because the price action's ugly. All right, so technically they closed the cup right here. So this would be reasonable, but if it just keeps going, you just gotta protect your trade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Um, Morning, Chen, but they're not going to tell you online either. They're not going to tell you online. What I will say is just okay, you gotta exaggerate everything. You have to exaggerate everything. That's all I can say. Sorry for the I'm not talking too much today. I just don't feel well. Whatever it's asking, you gotta exaggerate. Speller, good morning. But we're gonna let this keep playing out. If you took the green, you need to protect this trade. All right, look, here, I'm gonna go into, I'll let it play out. All right. Here, really quick, I can do it really quick. This is the analysis from this morning. There's a bunch going on today. Perfect data paper trade, trade light. We might see some barcoding and whipsawing. Try to make a play off the 5 MA, okay? That was in our analysis this morning.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Just send an email, dude. Just send an email, livespytrading@gmail.com, and I'll tell you. Yeah, I'll be all right. Thank you. I'll be all right. I'll be cool. Chen thinks that the emergency or a blunt. A blunt's the medication. We got the pharmacist in the Discord. We got the pharmacist in the Discord. By the way, 3K, I'm still waiting for that little spiel. I'm still waiting for that little spiel. Vitamin C in a blunt. Oh, okay. Yeah. The spiel so I could promote. All right, look, we're about to hit this this 50-50, so you need to figure out what you're gonna do with your life now, okay? Your trade should be protected on green. Now you figure out what you're gonna do with your life. It would be nice if it gets at least into the, what do you call it? All right, we'll go ahead and call green here. I don't even feel like sickness. Kinda, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if I don't feel like a flu or virus. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm tired or something. It doesn't feel like viral or anything like that, or yeah, just, I don't know, it's not feeling good. Maybe it's coming, maybe it's on the way. Nah, I feel like a constant headache, like in the middle of my head, like a dull, annoying headache, and just a little tired. It might be brewing, yeah, maybe. All right, look, we got to this target right here, so you need to figure out what you want to do now, okay? We got to the target. If you're waiting for the break above 5, wait for the break and retest of the 5. There's nothing wrong with that. If you hear me sniffling, it's not because of the sick. I always sniffle because whatever the heart medication is that I take, because I take a lot of medication every day. I take a lot of medication, so whatever that is, ever since I started taking it, I notice I always have a runny nose, and I think it's because it's supposed to dilate my blood vessels, and I think it blood vessels in my nose, I don't know, I just noticed that with the heart medication it makes my nose run a lot, so that's why I'm sniffling, not because I feel like I'm always sniffling lately. All right, now we know it's gonna get a little bit hectic here. You need to figure out if you're taking on legs, if you're taking at key level. If you took at key level, which would have been whatever the 50-50 is, if you're gonna wait for the legs, which is probably right now, or if you're gonna wait for exit 3 and you're gonna just hold, because we're still in this purple right here, right? We're still in this. But from green to the target, I don't know if I could have done any better. So this could just be, right, the wave 1, wave 2. So if they continue and make another wave 3, we'll see if they test the top of this purple. The legs actually didn't close. It got close, but it never crossed. If the market wants to be rational, it'll hit the top of this purple and give us a pullback. We'll see what they want to do at the 5. If they want to grab liquidity from here, from the 5. But a pullback at purple would be ideal. It's going to be hard to catch. If a strong candle just shoots up right now, it's going to be hard to catch that. If you're in exit strategy 3, you're still holding. If you're waiting for the BRR of the 5, let it be dramatic. Let it be obvious. You don't want to get caught with a stop hunt here. We're in an overall uptrend. Overall, we're in an uptrend. Here, look. Let's look at the daily. This is an uptrend. If we get below the 20, then we'll talk. Otherwise, in between the 5 and 20, you know, we're still in our trend. If you took the 50-50 to the upside, be careful with the 5, right? It's going to get hectic at the 5. A pullback on purple would have been nice. It was still a good trade, Chen. That was a good trade. And remember, the 50-50 is just that, right? It can from green, it could have continued up, or it could have turned around. So there's nothing you could do. You know, you took the risk. You made a calculated risk. There's nothing wrong with that. You made money. Now, if you're waiting till we get above the 5, then wait for it. Alright, Discord, this blue on the 5 has to break before we even start thinking about anything else, okay? This one has to break before we start thinking about anything else. Let's look to see if they test this dotted line that I have right here. Oh, it's still at the 50-50. Let's look to see if they grab liquidity from the 50-50 and head back up. If we get below 1131, we gotta start to... No, if we get below 1096, we gotta look the other way. Otherwise, we're still in this purple. So from here we have this purple. Here's a no man's land right here. All right, these are the setups here. I'm gonna circulate some blood really quick. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Sorry, I'm just not feeling good today. All right, right now we're in no man's land. We're still in purple. So let's let... Oh, look, blue. Blue was, remember? I said we're not doing anything until we break the blue. Here, let's, did anyone take blue? Remember the blue? Ah, too late, no one's talking. Too late now if you didn't. Alright, we gotta wait for this now. You don't want to get caught in a stop hunt here. So expect it to get hectic right here, right? Let's see. It's gonna get hectic in here. Look for you want to look for this. Maybe a retest of this purple. So maybe we break the purple, retest the purple. So I probably need to be a little bit up here. Maybe something like this. But it's probably gonna get hectic in here. What we want to do, and then worst case scenario, if you miss this one right here, right? Then here, I'll do it on this one. Watch. So this is fast movement, so we're probably looking for this head and shoulders. Worst case scenario, if you miss that, then look for this. Okay, so when I'm saying it's hectic, it's because we could be doing that, right? So if you get in here, you know, expect some violence. But the entry was on blue. The entry was on blue, that's why I did the... I'm pretty sure, I thought I told everyone we're not doing anything until we break this blue. My bad. I don't remember now. I could be wrong. Also, they gave us a little dance right here. They gave us a dance on this purple here. All right, if you took this, you need to protect this trade. My bad, I'm struggling today. Struggling. Tracy, can you explain your comment? I'm not sure I understand. Or you're probably responding to something I said. I don't remember. Ah, okay. Good job. Good job. All right, so I did say it. Good. Hell yeah. That's a good win, huh, Tracy? That's a good win. Oh man. Tracy with the W. God damn. All right, smart. Very smart. Very smart. So I'm glad that happened because it just goes to show that I don't need to be here talking the whole time. The price action is going to do the talking for us. Let the price talk. You know, I'll draw the path. When certain things happen, you know we got a good probability of success. Because me talking isn't going to change, you know, what's going to happen in the future. We just know when certain things happen, such as the break of this blue. Yeah, I knew I wasn't crazy. But when certain things happen, like the break of the blue or this shoulder forming right here, you know, we just gotta understand that we have a much higher likelihood of. And also, Tracy, if you're trading off the 5, which if you took blue, that means you're trading off the 5. So if you took this blue, hold on, let me put this one here. You should also be exiting off the 5. You understand what I'm saying? Try to incorporate that. I mean, I think you did very well. This was, how much was it? This trade was from, let's say, even if you got the worst possible fill, 11.49 down to 10. This is good money. This is good money right here. Good job, Tracy. But anyways, like I was saying, it doesn't matter me talking and explaining yada yada yada. I'm always gonna have the paths in front of you. I'm always gonna have it's always gonna happen, right? I'm never just gonna leave you high and dry and not knowing what to expect next. I'm always gonna give you guys plays or setups, and if they don't play out, then oh well, right? You can't win them all. But we're gonna, you see what's happening. We got a high probability. You just got to stick with whatever the plan is. If one of them don't hit, then we know exactly where the play is. That's what I'm saying. If one of them doesn't hit, we can't take that loss and be like, oh well, I guess it sucks to suck. You know, that's when we have to understand, well, I just eliminated one of the paths. Now the next path has a, so far, you know, we're 100%, but we've been very fortunate. But you have to know that the next path has a very high likelihood of succeeding. And that's all we need to rely on. And then you just gotta let it play out. Just gotta let it play out. So we know it's gonna be hectic in here, right? I think I was finally able to make... You know, I wanted to be a little conservative. I'll do it the way it should be. It's probably right here and right here. This is probably more accurate. This lick box here is probably more accurate. I'll get rid of this one. So let's use this lick box here. All right, so if you're waiting for a setup and you're not too interested in getting involved inside here, because this is probably like this. If you're not excited about getting involved in here, then wait for the BRR underneath 709.66. So if you're not excited about this, you gotta wait for underneath this right here, whatever this line is here. Okay. Let me see. And someone was asking the value of the 5-minute chart. This is the value right here. This is the value. But anyways. Man, I'm sorry. I'm just not feeling well today. I don't know what's up. All right, just so we're clear, this is purple right here. This is orange, and then this is the blue. And then we have our green right here. So this is probably going to be this is a big 50-50 because it's also lining up with this no man's land. I mean, you know what? I'm just going to take this. Too confusing. I'm going to take this one away. It's too confusing. The shoulders here. Okay, I think we see the 50-50 right here. So, yeah, we're going to have to use this lick box, okay? So, we're going to look for, to the upside, a BRR above this level right here. This is what it is. We're in here, okay? I don't need to say much more. It's going to be a BRR above or below. That's our best bet. If you're playing the game in here, you're agreeing to the price. You're agreeing to whatever the price is right here. Inside here, you're agreeing. If you want to wait for some type of safety, wait for a break and retest. A break and retest to either side. I could be a little risky and bring the box up like this, but I think it's better here. This is more safe. Here, this is what I'll do. What the damn? Look, if you want to play stupid games and win stupid prizes, this is the risky one right here. I'll give it a little bit of highlight. And then we'll do this. So inside here, there's probably not a lot to do. Wait for one of these, this teal, to be either support or resistance. right? And it may not be just like a single candle touch support. Maybe maybe they want to dance around on it, confirm that it's support or resistance. And if it breaks and shoots off without you, there's nothing you can do about that. If you're going to take the risk, you're going to take the risk and chase it. Okay, so this is, if you want a little bit of safety, wait for underneath this level here. Here, I'll extend it. Wait for underneath this on a BRR under this. This is a little bit risky, right? This is the risky one. Let me make sure everyone's clear on the setups. If you don't understand what's happening, you need to let me know. Write meow. I spelled that with MEOW. No one laughed? Okay. You didn't laugh because I'm sick. I didn't deliver it properly. If I deliver that properly, everyone would be rolling on the floor laughing. Tough room. Tough crowd. All right, so inside here we see we have resistance at 1103-ish, or basically we call it 1103-ish. We see some resistance, so wait for whatever needs to happen. Okay, wait for it. And then if this does start to reject here, you can only ask for either 0995 or 0967. If you get past that, great. And then you want to look for the BRR underneath. So to the upside, BRR. Make this what I say? Make this support. To the downside, BRR. Make this resistance. This is the risky. This is the chop zone here. This is where you're agreeing with the price. If you're taking the risk, just don't hold too long, right? If you're taking the risk from here to here, don't hold it until kingdom come. And then also we have to consider the environment we're in. What's the environment we're in? We know we have major economic data coming up, or I don't know. We got earnings reports from the Mag 7, or like 3 or 4 of the Mag 7 companies. So if they want to fade sideways, look, we're back on market open. If they want to fade sideways, that's reasonable. So if you made money today, this is where you need to start thinking about, do you want to risk? Do you want to risk it? Because it's not going to be, whenever they start that noise, it's going to get hectic. It's going to get very hectic. And it's not, I don't recommend, if you're new, this is perfect for paper trading. This isn't where you roll the dice and start guessing, and because it's going to start barcoding, there's going to be wicks, like big wicks that are going to stop you out just to continue. And then when you think it's going the other way because you think it's going to be momentum, another wick to the other side to go right back to where they started. I'm telling you that this is going to happen. Right? I'm telling you it is going to happen. So how you play it, I recommend just don't even play the game. Why? If you made money today, you need to think about your business. Think about your business. All right, I'm gonna step to the side for a little bit. Don't overtrade, okay? I'll be around. I'm just gonna step to the side. I'll be right back.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
Okay, so we saw that they broke the purple here. They retested the purple, and then they rejected the purple here. So now look, we're okay. We hit key level. We hit key level now. So figure out what you're gonna do with your life. Key level hit. A break and retest underneath would be. Protect this trade. Protect the trade. Maybe we got some bad news. If you're jumping in now, you're gonna have to. It's gonna get rocky. There we go. It's gonna start to. If you don't put your stop where it needs to be, they're gonna stop you out, and then keep going. So just be careful. Now the legs got some distance on them, right? But if you don't put your stop properly, it's gonna stop you out. Ideally, we'd like to see a retest underneath this right here. Okay. This is what we like to see, right? The break and the retest. This would be ideal here. Now remember, the legs have a little bit of room, but in order for that to play out, you're gonna have to put your stop. It's gonna be an uncomfortable stop, but then you just gotta let it play, or else you're just gonna keep eating up your stop loss and then continuing. Chen, I'm not sure what you what you're referring to. Those lines you drew aren't in play anymore, question mark. They played out. Everything played out. Here's the shoulder right here. Yellow lines drawn more up above in the chart. Oh, here? No. Yeah. So Chen, you gotta join the Discord, man. You gotta join the Discord. I can't explain the whole entire process setup every day. You know, a lot of people have the same questions. All the answers are in the Discord, bud. Trust me, it's all there. You gotta join the Discord, man. This is me identifying risk, right? So if you're buying puts on the rejection of the 5, you have a risk right here to go against you. You have a risk right here to go against you. Well, we go level by level. And then if we get down here, we know what the pattern is we need to expect, right? This is absolutely perfect. So we see the shoulder right here, and then now we go to the next level, right? We got to this level, now we go to the next level. We're waiting to see on our break and retest. So we go level by level. But you know, you're asking the right questions, but all the answers are in the Discord already. So it's not feasible for me to explain my entire strategy every day on the live stream. The Discord play was on blue, and then we have the shoulder right here, and then we also have this I said worst case scenario, expect this right here. So we have this cup and handle. So yeah, the Discord fully aware. But the entry was on the blue. All right, we got some intel. It says Trump rejects Iran's offer. It says blockade stays. All right, there you go. The blockade is staying in place. But now look, we're at the bottom of the lick box. We're at whatever this blue line is, that the risky one that I have here. So to get in on any of this, you have to be really quick on it. You have to be really quick. But let's let it play out. Let it play out a little bit. That's what I'm saying. If it is going to continue down, your stop has to be very uncomfortable. It has to be very uncomfortable. And we're going to use that 1103. If we get above 1103, you got to look the other way. That's how uncomfortable the stop has to be. I'm not saying that needs to be your stop. I'm not saying that. But if we get above 1103, we need to look the other way. Yeah. I'm going to step off to the side. I'm still here. Nah, today's not the day for that, Doug. Today's... We knew it was going to be like this. We knew it was going to be just like this. So, there's nothing wrong with sitting off to the side. Because all that means is tomorrow is going to be a lot easier. Tomorrow's going to be a lot easier. Trust me. Tomorrow's going to be very easy. Worst case, they consolidate. But tomorrow's going to be easier. And Chen, just to show you that that I did inform the Discord, I'm gonna go ahead really quick and share the screen. Discord, you can see right here at 8:13. Oh, this is Pacific time. I took the blue, right? This is the Discord members that took the blue. So then, if you're wondering what blue, this blue here, the only blue on the 5-minute chart. Right? So the members are fully aware. It seems like you're interested, man. You just need to... You'd be doing a lot better if... I'm pretty sure you'd be doing better if you're in the Discord in that 150. I know 150 is a lot of money, especially now. Now is not easy. Gas prices are through the goddamn roof. Gas prices are through the roof. You know, I'm in California. You're talking, I seen a sign that was a little over $7. $7 for 1 gallon of regular gas. Doug, you're gonna have to survive. If you're in puts, you're gonna have to survive a week cycle. And if, you know, if 1103, that's if we get above that, then I'll probably look the other way then. But today's not the day, you know. If we made money today, today's gonna be rough. Today is gonna be whipsawing. It's gonna be barcoding. It's not gonna be nice today. FOMC's coming up. This is not the environment we want to participate in, because all they're gonna do is keep stopping everybody out. That's all they're gonna do is stop everybody out, go the other way. Stop everybody out this way, go the other way. Look, this is the whipsawing I'm talking about. This is the barcoding I'm talking about. Look at the barcoding, whipsawing. I'm gonna clean up the chart. This one played out. It's trap. It's possible it wouldn't even be. Whenever they start talking about some business, it's gonna move again, right? But we got a lot of stuff happening today, and I think it's like, I think they pretty much already priced in no rate cut, right? I think there was a 98% chance of no rate cut. Now we have Trump talking about no deal. So if there's no deal, gas prices are supposed to. So if oil and the market run inverse, which is how it's been. So if there's no deal, that means the price of oil is going to go higher, which means the market should go lower. But then if there's no, and also we have to contend with the rate cuts, right? They're not going to cut rates. They're going to keep it the same. Okay. Which has already been priced in, right? 98%, everyone already knew it was going to be priced in. No change. So that's already been priced in. But then we have to contend with earnings reports. Because the Mag 7's reporting. So all the weight, all the hefty players, if they have a little bit of movement, it's going to move the market. Especially 4 of them today, in one day. They're going to move the market. Now, for how long? That's the question. If you ask my opinion, this rally, since we broke this green here, this rally is all fake. None of this is real. All right, all fake numbers. I was going through the lesson talking about entering and exiting and how they can just keep taking the premiums away while you're being greedy. Yeah. All right, so what we need to focus on, we need to zoom out just a bit. We need to zoom out just a bit, right? We need to see, are we making, look, we have, today may be the day where you got to hold for dear life. We see, I guess we can call this. We need to see if we're going to form a lower high, right? Because that just means we're just continuing in this trend here. So look, we have the high, lower high, lower high. We need to see if they're going to continue the trend. If we get above, then we got to look the other way. and then we could just be trapped. So, Doug, we're going to use green. We're going to use this green as well. So, here's the if then. It has to be like this. This is the only reasonable call scenario from here. So if you're willing to hold for all of this, that's probably your best bet. That's probably your best bet if you're but you gotta hold and wait for all of this to happen. And if this starts to happen, then you can look the other way. But until then, you know, we're still doing this, right? We're still doing this until this happens. All right, Doug. So I don't know if that makes you feel any better or worse, but you're gonna have to hold through a weak cycle, it looks like. I mean, you don't have to, but this is just what the data is telling us. Whatever the analysis is I just gave, that is the okay. Yeah. Well, then there you go. Then you've already made up your mind. You've already made up your mind. When you say everything, you didn't. Hopefully, you know, I hope you're not over leveraging. I hope you're not over leveraging. Okay. All right. Good. Yeah, we still need to live the fight another day. So I think this yellow is interesting to me as well. This yellow is actually interesting. So I'm gonna take away this top green. This yellow is pretty interesting. Remember, trading inside here, you're agreeing with the price. Whatever you decide to do in here, you're agreeing with the price. For safety, quote unquote, puts, it has to be a break, a retest, and a rejection underneath here. So hopefully, Doug, This wick right here. Hopefully we get maybe a inverted hammer here. And hopefully we can get back underneath this blue here, or this teal here. We got 1 minute left on this candle here, okay? All right, Chen, pay attention really quick. Ready? Pay attention. There's a bunch going on today. Perfect day to paper trade. Trade light. We might see some barcoding and whipsawing. Make a play. Try to make a play off the 5 MA. Okay. There.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
So that analysis right there, try to make a play off the 5 MA. I don't know if I could be any better. I don't know if I could have prepared the Discord members any better than that analysis from this morning. Let's see if we can get another hammer here. 245 on the candle. You see, Doug, this is what I was telling you. Your best bet is to. I don't like telling people what to do, but you know, when I was telling you maybe hold on for the week cycle, that's probably going to be your best bet. You know, hopefully, you know, because you didn't have to get out here, held for the weak cycle. At least you can mitigate, significantly mitigate, and then maybe you could wait for this cycle to play out, right, to see where it ends. You see what I'm saying? Because wherever you took your trade, your stop loss pretty much had to be up here. So if it does go against you, at least you waited through, you know, you waited through the wave, and now you can, if it is going to lose, you can mitigate the loss instead of, you know, because I don't know if you did or not, but if you decided to take the loss here, you've already counted yourself out, right? But if you waited for the cycle, then at least you can give yourself another chance to get at least another bite at the apple. That's all I'm saying. And that's why I wanted to go through that little analysis with you to show you that, look, we're doing this. You know, we're heading down until, remember when I was drawing this, we're going down. We don't have anything to tell us up. That's why I drew this here. If this happens, then you need to think about exiting the trade. But until then, there's no reason really to see. You see what I'm talking about, Doug? Now, you know, even if it does go against you now, at least that loss isn't going to be, you know, this is a reasonable loss from here instead of up here, right? You don't want to, that's what I was telling you, hold on for just a little bit. Just a little bit. Wait for the cycle to play out. That's your best bet. Because look, we're below the water. We're below the water. There's no reason to leave the trade. And if it doesn't work, then at least you can mitigate the loss significantly mitigate the loss. You know, up here, you're talking about $80, $100 loss. Down here, maybe 20, maybe 30, something like that. So I was trying to give you that little bit of analysis there. But if you already made your decision, you know, this is the decision you made. I don't like telling people what to do. I'm just giving you, you know, what I see. I'm giving you my analysis. Up here, then you look away. Or this, then you turn the other way. But until then, you know, we're just doing this, right? We're making, and that's why I did this. We got a high, lower a high, lower a high, lower a high, until this changes. That, you know, all I'm saying is we can significantly mitigate any type of loss if hold a little bit longer. Okay, I'm going to step to the side. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. Yeah, Chen, I think I've been I think allowing my bias to be heard and understood or something like that. And I don't want people to trade off my bias. You know, I want the charts to tell them. I want people to make a decision based on the information that we have in front of us, as opposed to emotional decisions, right? And then sometimes we need to experience these things, so next time it happens, you can be like, look, I can take this $100 loss now, or I don't need to count myself out. I don't need to count myself out because we haven't broken a higher low, or what? We haven't broken the lower high. Yeah, we didn't break the lower high yet. So these are things that, you know, concepts in the market that we need to take into consideration. And I promise, from this moment here, the lesson's been learned, right? The lesson's been learned. Now you're gonna know, all right, you know what? Let me get out of my brokerage. Let me let the charts do the speaking for me. At least let me let this weak cycle go by. How do you know it's a weak cycle? Because it's the opposite cycle below the water. So you knew it was a weak cycle, and then maybe you see how the proper cycle, how it plays out. And then if the legs cross, then you might want to, you know, start adjusting your stop once those legs start getting close together. I get it then. But until then, you might as well just let it play. Let it play out. But you're going to learn the lesson now. So that's probably more valuable than learning. Sometimes learning that hard lesson is more valuable than taking the win. Me personally, I had to touch the stove in order. Okay, not that example, but some of us have to touch the stove to realize, okay, now I know what hot means. Now I get what hot is, and I don't like hot, so let me wait till this thing's cooled down. Or it'll teach us to trade with a plan, right? To trade with a plan. If this happens, then I do this. If that happens, then I do this. Have an exit plan, right? Remember, are we below the water? Do I need to leave this trade? Are we below the water? Can I survive a weak cycle? These are the things you need to ask yourself. All right, I'm going to step aside for a little bit. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm just going to step aside for a little tiny bit. And don't forget yesterday how we had a bear cycle that trended up, right? We had a bear cycle that trended up. So the same thing could be true in the opposite direction, where we have a bull cycle that trends down. So if we have a bull cycle that trends down, that should give you an idea of when that bear cycle does come around, right? And we're below the water, and that bear cycle does come around, it's going to have a lot more strength, because the orange line has the strength. The orange line on the MACD, that's the current. The blue line, that's the swimmer. So the swimmer can fight the current a little bit, but that current that's what's moving the price. The swimmer's just involved in it, right? It's showing you, the blue is showing you where the swimmer is in the water column, but that orange line is the current. So when they're both facing the same direction, you know you have strength in that direction. If they're counter to each other, if they're going counter, then you know that the swimmer's fighting the current. A little stall, right? They're stalling. All right, I'm going to step away. Don't overtrade. Remember, the plays are... hold on. There's one on the screen now. So on our 5 minute, this is still a thing. It's actually going to be here now. Like this. From this point here, it has to be like this. We need to make this some type of support here. So from right where we are right now, this is the thing. Okay? Otherwise, now we need to overlay the 1 minute. Otherwise, we want to look for this. Excuse me. Look, gosh, darn it, Alzheimer's. Like that. And I already showed you the upside, right? I don't know if you're still holding that put, Doug. I did all the best I could without telling you what to do. Without saying, damn it, Doug, take your hand off that trigger. Besides doing that, I did the best I could do to tell you to hold on to that put, man. My bad. I'm not saying it's going to go forever, but I'm saying we could have significantly mitigated. Like you didn't have to, I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to go. Give me a sec. I hate seeing this now because I don't know if he listened or if he exit, you know, if the red candle scared him or what. I just feel bad because he said, I'm going to lose it all. I'm like, wait. What do you mean lose it all? And I was like, well, you know, you need to hold, brother. Don't wait. Hold on. We're still in the downtrend. There's no reason to get out yet. We're still below the water. Okay. All right. See how you can look at that. You see that, Doug? Look at that. I told you it's going to be very uncomfortable. And I told everyone where your stop needed to be. Look, I told everyone where your stop needed to be. It's going to be uncomfortable. Your stop needed to be above 1103. Now, if it goes against you, you're at least broke even, right? At least you're broke even now. Or maybe a little bit of profit. But this is what I was talking about right here. This is what I was talking about right here. It's happening. Now, normally, look, we need to take this lesson. We need to take this lesson because normally I don't feel comfortable saying when to buy, when to sell. I don't like doing that normally, but I need you guys to win. I need you all to win. This means nothing to me if the members aren't winning. I need you all to win. It's very important to me that you win. And again, I don't like telling people how to trade or what to do. I just like giving the information. But I need you all to win. It's very important to me that you win. I need you to win this one. I don't care if it's $3, damn it, Doug. You better take the win because we survived a lot here, brother. We survived a lot. I need you to win this. And I went on a 15-minute diatribe on why you should not be getting out. Right? I went into every single chart telling you why you should not be getting out. Every chart. I even told you where the call was. Until then, come on, Doug. If you're a $3 hauler, you better be happy with that. You better be happy with that because you were just about to take the L for no damn reason. Okay, good job. Good job. See? Now we give ourselves a chance. Good job, Jimmy James. All right. So listen, whatever the shit I just said, okay, there we go. Now we're in profit, right? Whatever the shit I just said, we have to realize that the market doesn't care about your feelings. It's going to do what it needs to do. If we get above 1103, then we need to cut the trade. I told you it's going to be very uncomfortable. And I'm not going to do this often. We need to take this lesson right now. And remember what I've been telling y'all. Look, we're below the water. Survive the weak cycle. If you survive the weak cycle, when it goes into that regular cycle, then they're going to be both pointing in the same direction. Then you're going to get some movement. At least you can maybe break even or significantly mitigate any loss to the point where it's negligent. To the point where it's, no big deal. Right? That's all I'm saying. We have to let this, we have to give it a chance. The plays aren't 45 seconds, right? They're more like 25, 45 minutes. There's only 3 or 4 plays in a day. There's only 3 or 4 in a day. If you're doing more than that, you're probably doing something wrong. Okay, look, we survived. This at minimum you broke even, right? At minimum you broke even. So now you get a chance to readjust, to reassess, to see if this is going to break and retest, right? The BRR. Whatever it is, at least you're giving yourself that chance. We need to take this lesson, and whatever the shit I just said, apply it every single trade. Apply it every single trade. Now today is a little bit different because we know we have the economic data. Now we're in profit, right? Now we're in profit. I told you it's going to be uncomfortable here. I told you it's going to be very uncomfortable, but if you're going to play the game, you got to play it by the rules. You got to play it by the rules. This is just how it works. Or else if you keep stopping out in the middle of the play, then you're going to take the loss every time. You have to allow it to gain the value. They need to grab liquidity from somewhere. That's all I'm saying. Look at the money. There it is. There it is. Very simple, right? Very simple. All right. Hell yeah. See, everyone held. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We had to hold because we're still below the water. That's what I'm saying. Remember, I've been saying that lately. Like, if you keep getting stopped out, here's some things you need to consider. You need to zoom out, which is exactly what we did. We zoomed out, right? And we were like, hey, look, what is the chart? What are the charts telling us? We see a whole bunch of wicks, right? We see we're getting, where is it? A high, lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high. Why are we leaving the trade? That's all I'm trying to say. Why are we leaving the trade when we know what the entry for calls is? So this is a good lesson. This is a good lesson for everybody. And then look, the legs. Look how far apart the legs are now, right? You see what I'm saying? Now, I'm not saying it can't just turn around on you, but if we at least let it play out, that's our best bet. It's our best bet. Now, today's a little bit different because it's going to be barcoding and whipsawing. They're going to go into the last candle to stop you out and keep going, right? Today is not the day for this, but the principles still remain. The concepts still remain. It's important that we let it play out. I need you guys to win. And if you get emotional in a trade and you start seeing the red candles without, that's like being worried that your favorite NASCAR driver is going to lose the race as soon as they open the race. Like, oh no, he's in third place. The race just started. He's in third place. Oh no. And then you start saying, oh, this guy sucks. This guy's trash. It's the same thing. It's like, wait a minute. It's only the race just started. They haven't even gotten around corner the first turn. And you're already saying the guy's trash just because he's in third place. We have to that's the only thing I can think it's equivalent to. You're counting yourself out before the play's even played out, right? It gets played out when we get above the last high or below the last low. And then because we're in options, a little bit more, right? A little bit more. So don't count out your NASCAR driver. Let Ricky Bobby do his thing. Give yourself a chance. That's all I'm saying. Give yourself a chance. You guys keep stopping yourself out, not giving yourself even a chance. At least when I stop myself out, I'm in profit. Right? I'm going to wait for the profit. Or if the trade goes against me, I know where I need to get out and I know what I need to do. Maybe I need to turn around and double up on the other side. Because in order for me to get stopped out, a lot has to happen. A lot of shit has to happen. A lot of stuff has to happen for me to get stopped out. So I know if I get stopped out, there's been enough movement for me to have some type of confidence that the opposite direction is the right thing at this point in time. So when I'm telling you that above 1103 or whatever this shit is here, I'm not making this shit up in my head. It has to be like that because this is how, you understand what I'm saying? It just has to be like that. I'm not saying it has to, but it's our best bet on a balance of probabilities. On a balance of probabilities. Now, if you held from wherever it is to here, all right, maybe you adjust your stop. Adjust your stop, and if it goes against you here, at least you're in profit or you broke even. Either one. Either one. But I need you guys to win. It's very important that you win. And I'm not gonna. I never wanted to have it where I'm just like, buy put now, buy call now, hold. I don't want to have it like that. But this is a very important lesson that we learn. So it's not going to be often that I'm doing that, but as soon as he said I'm going to lose it all, I felt bad. I was like, no, wait, hold on. That can't happen. We need to have dry powder. So that's pretty much the only reason why I went into that diatribe on to hold and the reasons why to hold and what we're looking for is because he made me feel bad. But now, that was a good lesson to learn. So, okay, I'm going to get up. I'm going to walk away. I'm going to wait a little. I'm going to walk away. I'll be right back. I'm still here. So I'm watching. I just need to circulate some blood. I probably need to eat something too. So give me a little bit, but I'm still here. I'm watching your DMs. If you're typing in here, I'm watching you. There you go. Good. Be done for the day because it's not going to get any easier, Jimmy James. It's not getting any easier from here. And I'm glad everyone, at least if you broke even, took profit, you see how it felt to hold that long. We have to learn how to be uncomfortable, to be comfortable with being uncomfortable. Once you master that and you realize, well, the market has to fill the order somewhere. If it gets to this point, then I'm out. We need to be robots because we're trading against robots. We have to fight fire with fire. We can't show up to the gunfight with a knife. It's never going to work. It's never going to work like that. So we need to have the same resolve that the computer does, because the computer is going to say, well, I need to fill the orders. That's all it knows. Orders in, orders out. Orders in, orders out. Only, we get in our mind and we're thinking, oh no, every time I take a trade, it goes again. Every time, it's always me. Whenever I do this, or maybe this is God telling me I need to. We always come up with that shit. We have to stop. This is math. Get our emotion out of it. This is math. No, I'm not feeling better. I feel better that, everyone, I feel better that we had the lesson. I feel better that we were able to get this lesson in, but I definitely need to take a minute. So I'll be right back. God damn it, Jones. Jones is the best and worst type of friend to have. Because he'll be the one to tell you, hey, you have a booger in your nose. But he'll say it in front of someone that you're really crushing on and that they didn't notice. And he went out of his way to make you embarrassed for absolutely no reason. But he told you had a booger, right? So I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. All right, let me step away. I'll be right back.
Rage on that beat, going crazy.
All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Okay, still below the water. We're starting this cycle. However, we're fighting, look at the current we're fighting now. So it might be a little, they might put up a little bit more of a fight here. So look, we're in this overall green. Is it green? So look, we see the strong trend. It's in right here, right? All right, sorry about that. I have to get up. All right, we see the strong trend, right? So we don't need to think. We see what's happening right in front of us, okay? If they want to get frisky, they're going to test this green here. If they want to get frisky. From this point here, here are the setups. Because I'm going to get out of here. I need to call it for today. And then tomorrow, I'm going to give the setups for the trading plan. I'm probably not going to be able to stream tomorrow. Or I'm going to have to get on way later. But I might not be able to stream tomorrow. So, look. Does everyone see this right here? Here. You know what? I know Jones has some shitty eyeballs. Jones has shitty ass eyeballs. Let me go ahead and make sure his shitty eyeballs can see what's going on. Alright, shitty eyeballs Jones. You see what's happening, right? He said, well, at least I have a... That's funny. Okay, look. Alright, shitty eyeballs. Here, look. So we're doing this. We're doing this until we're not. When this stops, we'll have an indication. You know, here's an ideal setup, right? This is an ideal setup. It would be nice if we can grab some liquidity off of 708.81. If they want to head up, okay? This is the only setup if they want to head up, and it's going to be ugly. And then we want to look for this to break here. This is going to be our indication of something about to happen, okay? And then we got to look for this. Gosh dang it. Come on. So this is our indication, right? This is our indication. From this point here, this would be a setup for... It's probably like this. Okay, from this point right here, where we are right now, this is it. We're doing this until we're not. Hold on. All right, look, there's also... I don't want to crowd the screen too much, but look, this is also a... Hold on. Okay, look, we don't need to think. We don't need to think. It has to look like whatever the shit is on the screen. And if it doesn't look like that, then there's no trade. And if you made money today, you really need to start thinking about calling it a day. Because I don't know, excuse me. At some point, they're going to change up this magenta. At some point, they're going to change up magenta. We'll add one here. We'll add one here. All right, Discord. These are the setups. Because I'm going to get off. Let me know. Are there any questions? Who's not clear on what the setups are? You see the environment. Look, they're barcoding. So they're going to give you some money. They're going to take it away. And then they're going to slap you in the face and keep going. They give you the money, they take it away, they slap you in the face and keep going. We see what's happening. We don't need to think. Okay, but I'm asking, does everyone understand? Well, at least that was a crazy response. That was a crazy response. But let me know now. Does anyone have any questions? Is this clear? Here. I'm trying to eyeball this, so this may not be. I'm trying to eyeball this here, so give me a second. We'll do shit. What color? Orange, I guess. I'm trying to eyeball that, so I don't know if it's a thing. $686.30. What you talking about, Willis? Oh, down. Okay, on the daily. You're saying the daily. Ah, okay. Well, damn, that'd be a huge drop. 20 points in a day. That'd be insane. But you're saying over the long term, I believe. Damn, this is difficult. Because they're gonna change up. When this happens, if this is gonna happen, they're gonna change up magenta. The first thing they're gonna do is change up magenta. When this happens, when this is gonna happen, they're gonna change this up. So we don't know when that's gonna happen. Okay. These are the setups. This is it. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. The grab liquidity and then the fake out. So for right now, magenta, maybe magenta. Let's see. It went down. So look, it went down to whatever this level. It went back up to 90995. We gotta hope that magenta is gonna get us back, at least down back to 0881. But you see how hectic it is on the way there. So look at the pattern. Same pattern. We gotta see if this is gonna be the same pattern playing out. Because if it is, then we've identified the algorithm, right? You understand that? So this magenta is the algorithm that we identified. Anyways. And this orange, I don't know if this is going to be the orange. This is me guessing. I'm telling you right now, I'm guessing. It should be something like that. Something like whatever I have. It's probably very close. So this will only be valid once they change from this algorithm to the other one. And the other one will be not as aggressive. It's not going to be as aggressive to the upside, right? So first of all, we'll know there's weakness in this green once we break the green, right? We'll know there's going to be weakness. Once we break green, we got weakness coming in. Once the weakness comes in, we can expect some chop, because then they're going to need to figure out their life. Once the chop comes in, you'll know if it's going to break and retest to the upside or if they're going to reject. Okay? So I'm going to clean this up just a little bit. Let me see if anyone has any questions. Oh, Rhino brings up a good point. Rhino brings up a very good point. Everything I'm saying is the best case scenario if everything works out the way it should, right? Once FOMC, once they go through that, once they have the meeting, all the rules are going to change, right? All the rules are going to change. They're not going to respect any algorithms. It's going to go from diagonal liquidity to supply and demand. That's what's going to happen. It's going to go from that diagonal liquidity to supply and demand immediately. It's going to immediately change. They're going to retrace back. They're either going to discover a new, I'm talking about the daily, intraday. They're going to discover a new liquidity level. They're going to retest an old liquidity level. That's what's going to happen. This will be whenever that happens, this will be your supply and demand zone. Okay? All right. So if you want to trade with each other, go into the water cooler so you can listen to Jones talk. Because I know that's what he just wants people to listen to him. All right, then watch Jones type. No, I'm just kidding. But I think there's a lot of good experience in here. The only thing we need to do is hold just a little bit. Let the thing happen. And if we get caught in chop, identify that we're in chop, right? Identify that we're in chop. If it keeps testing a certain resistance and keeps testing a certain support, you're in chop. That's all that means. And you don't need to risk any more. Wait for it. Wait for the chop to be BRR. It's always going to be like whatever I just explained. Okay? So look, this magenta's still holding up. This magenta's still solid. This is not an accident. Look, this is not an accident. We've identified the algorithm. You don't need to think anymore. But how far they're going to go with this? This is what we don't know, right? We've had one wave, two wave, maybe a third wave here. Okay? So if you want to trade with each other, either you're going to type in the live still, or you can go to the water cooler and you guys can have a conversation, whatever. Or actually, I think have some calls. We'll see. I'm cautious. Chen, you bought call? Chen, you're a wild man. Chen is randomly buying calls. Okay. It may hit, but a lot needs to happen, Chen. A lot needs to happen before that. Oh, you're probably looking at because I only have one direction. Okay, I get it. Chen's trying to cheat the system. Don't work like that, Chen. Chen, come on, man. You're all right. You're your own man, but you play a risky game, brother. There's for sure setups, and you're playing the risky game. I don't know why. I don't know why you want to play around with your money like that. There's no reason to play around with your money. This is very simple. You're doing crazy stuff, Chen. But anyways, Discord members, if you guys got anything for me, let me know now. Oh, you know what? I'll be here for a few more seconds. I just want to do the damn, it's gonna be ugly. I want to do the wins for the day. I'm gonna leave all this on here because it looks pretty well drawn. I'm gonna leave this on here because it's pretty well drawn, and then but I want to do the win. So give me a second. I'll be right back. Okay, we had a pretty good session today. If you made money, you need to start thinking about calling it a day. Let me see what this... Oops. All right, Chen, I see your... I see that you see I only gave one option for calls, so I get it. But eventually, you're going to need to join the Discord, man. If you want to make this a thing, you're going to need to join the Discord. Which brings me to my next topic. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com so I can get you sorted out. We had a good session today. Let me go over the wins. We had our break of green here for a call. We had a break of blue for puts, break of magenta for our put, break of magenta for the put. Okay, so that's all. We're gonna do it. Oh, tomorrow. All right. So public service announcement tomorrow. I won't be streaming. I will put whatever in the Okay, someone Chen's paying attention to the weakness, right? Okay. Okay. Chen's paying attention. You're gonna do fine, man. Just join the goddamn Discord. You're gonna do a lot better. But damn, what was I gonna say? He distracted me. You know I got a short attention span. But we had a good session. If you're interested in learning, go to the website, Live Spy Trading, giving away a free session. I recommend if you're going to try, join on either Sunday night so you can get that free trial. You're going to get a chance to try. They're going to ask you for a credit card. However, They're not going to charge you that 150 until you decide what you want to do with your life. They're going to give you 24 hours. After those 24 hours, you make the decision. Okay? So, we had a very good day. Tomorrow, I will, I don't want to say 100, there's like a 90% chance that I will not stream tomorrow. I'm going to need to take it off. But I will put, for the Discord members, I will put the trade plans, okay? Okay, yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I'm gonna set you guys up. I'm gonna set you up with a trading plan. If I could, I'm not gonna do YouTube streaming, but I might. I need help desperately. What do you mean? Oh, all right. Take the money, Doug. God damn it. Take money. Take the money. I might just stream on the Discord for a little bit because it's easy for me to get in and get out with you guys. I can just tell you to go to hell and go. But I might hang on for like maybe 30, 40 minutes or something like that. And I'll see if I can get us maybe a couple algos generated and a couple plays set up. And then I'll have to jump off real quick. But for sure, it's highly unlikely YouTube. It's maybe like 50-50 that I'll probably try to, you know what? It'll be a lot easier. So I'll just do a little stream with us in the Discord. Just like this in the Discord. And then, but it's going to be quick. Like it's going to have to be 30, 40 minutes, something like that. Okay. Okay. But we had a good day. Great lesson. We learned some good lessons today. Today was perfect for the lessons. Take the money and run because FOMC is coming up, and we don't want to get caught with our pants down, or do you? Okay. I love you all. Discord, I'm gonna head out from here. YouTube, the meeting. I think it's at 2 Eastern. I believe it's at 2. Yeah, it should be coming up shortly. You'll know when it's going to come up because like 1 or 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes right before, it'll start to spike. The price will start to go crazy. But I recommend during that time, while he's, maybe one of you could put it on in the background while he's talking. If he says anything crazy, get in on some puts, but you're gonna have to hold because this is where they're gonna slap you in the face. A lot of slap in the face is gonna happen right here. However, if you've never done this before, I recommend you paper trade it and see how the market reacts, because he's gonna say things, it's gonna go in a certain direction, he's gonna say something else, it's going in another direction, and then at the end they're gonna take profit and then switch it up, right? Everyone's gonna take their profit and switch it up. So just expect slaps in the face. That's all I'm saying. Correct. Exactly. Just get your money and get out if you do. Expect slaps in the face. Expect slaps in the butt. All that type of slapping. Expect it. Okay? But I'm going to get out of here. I love you all. Have a good day. YouTube, it's been a pleasure. Goodbye.